they're racing, and they've broken a line. Pacific Theater with those blinkers on, flashes speed to the inside. 1-2-5 as they pass us for the first time. Pacific Theater, the inside. Hey Moon between them, and Clear the Coast at 12-1, just a half length from the lead on the 3-wide side. That second brigade of 3 includes Leviathan Axe, the white horse closest to the rail, about 2 lengths from the front, and just to the inside of Whiskey with You, who's between them conspicuously and overtaken by Touch of Zen. 6 covered by 3.5, and up the barn side they go on a Sunsplash Sunday in Shakopee. Pacific Theater and G-Rod have had the lead every step of the way, doing it reasonably but pressured. Hey Moon still between them within a half. Then it's another half, Clear the Coast. After that, Leviathan Axe still next to the inside. Outside of that, Touch of Zen pushed on 5 out of it, and inside of him is Whiskey with You, and they're still all sardined together. Pacific Theater, like in the shades. Pacific Theater kicks clear by 2. Hey Moon senses the warning call and ships all in. Likewise for Touch the race, please hold all tickets. Hold all tickets from race number 2. Pacific Theater still has the lead with Hey Moon, and outside of that is Touch of Zen. Behind them is Leviathan Axe. It is Pacific Theater to take them wire to wire. A steward's inquiry coming up into the running of race number 2. Please hold all tickets. And they're racing. The man, the myth, out of the gate fast. Likewise for Mo Mesa. Pastor Dave finds his feet, and the favorite revs up to join the lead, battling Arjun for Cars. 6 and 7 now race out as they link up with the course proper. Mo Dingers at a big price, 6 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Arjun for Cars by a neck. After that, the man, the myth, outbroke the field, but now 7 lengths out of it, 2.5, 3 lengths clear from way up north. Then we come back to My Boy Bomber. Way back at the rear is Can't Know. Into the far turn they go. Arjun for Cars a half. Pastor Dave the inside. After that, Mo Mesa 5 out of it. Arjun for Cars is threatening to run away from this favorite. Arjun for Cars actually is favored, bet down to 3-5, and is living up to the hype, opening up by 2. After that, we have Pastor Dave angling to the outside. Then we come to Mo Mesa. Inside of that, way up north, is beginning to close in interestingly. Mo Dingers the far outside, and they're coming home now. Arjun for Cars needs to re-rev. After that, Pastor Dave. Now to the outside is way up north. Far outside, Mo Dingers. Mo Mesa's finishing quickly. Arjun for Cars jumping all over the racetrack, but has done enough to win. Arjun for Cars, the people's choice by 2.5, Pastor Dave. And Mo Mesa got third. Down to 2-1. And the racing in race 4 Sunday at CBY. Fast start for Wodaton. The French bred came out nicely, but now cedes the lead, and the Black Strat takes over at 5-1. Dear Santa right alongside. The gray is Lloyd's Logic, and Lloyd's Logic is about 5 lengths from the front and about 1.5 lengths clear from Wodaton. Outbroke the field, but now 5 out of it as the pace intensifies, and the Black Strat picks up the tempo, opens up by 1.5. After that, we have One Fast Bro beginning to advance mid-pack, 6 out of it, and about 2.5 clear from Minnesotan Bayou Benny. Behind that one is Mach 2, pinned to the inside by North Arm Bay. Behind them, Cliff Diver and Coffee Caliente. 2 and 3 are about 10, 11 lengths behind the Black Strat. And the Black Strat and Constantino Roman trying to sail wire to wire. The Black Strat 5-1 leads it off the far turn. Dear Santa trying to avoid the lump of coal in the stocking. After that, we have Lloyd's Logic to the inside moving in. Outside of that, One Fast Bro also closing in. Then we come back to Wodatin, about 5, 6 out of it, and to the inside of Bayou Benny. Behind them, Mach 2, 9 out of it to the inside of North Arm Bay. Cliff Diver angles to the outside for the stretch. Coffee Caliente last, and they line up with 150 to go. It is the Black Strat to the inside. Wodatin waiting for the light of day, full of run, and between them is Lloyd's Logic. Lloyd's Logic surging at 8-1. And they're racing. Rhino de Grace stumbled a bit shortly after the start. First, Tequila fires out of the gate to the inside, and Hoot Owl Hoot also flashing terrific early speed. 4-1 hook up in a big time battle with 4 furlongs to travel. After that, TC Gold rolling up to the outside of BL's Concerto, and they're both passed by Begging for Trouble, who's on the move. Then we come to Heavenly Conveyance, would have to win 2 in a row from 8 out of it, and Rhino de Grace is closing in from behind. TC Gold was shuffled back to last, 8 out of it. And up top, First Tequila, first horse. First Tequila leads it by 3, trying to leave them punch drunk. It is First Tequila from Begging for Trouble. Heavenly Conveyance between them. Outside of that, Rhino de Grace and TC Gold into the final furlong. It is First Tequila, gate to wire on his mind. First Tequila from Heavenly Conveyance, who's running great, but not good enough to beat First Tequila with an intoxicatingly good run. In, and they're racing. Smooth beginnings for all 11, and Midship Molly is at the front of the pack. Midship Molly at 6-1, taken under a tight hold by Alonso Quinones. Kicks clear by 2, Midship Molly. Outside of that is Emery and Davery rolling up into second. Then it's Vintage Port, 3 lengths from the lead, about a length clear from Molly's Mia. That one is now 5 out of it, 2.5 lengths clear from Island Jive. Island Jive is 2.5 lengths clear from the 6 and the 8. Honey Crisp to the inside of Maria Rosa de la Cerda, about mid-pack, and 8 lengths from it as the pace slows down. Colina's 4th last, 1.5, 2 lengths clear from Blazing Performer. The favorite is 11 lengths from the lead and 3rd last. Then we come to Grace Alace, who has been passed by BL40. They head into the far turn, still chasing Molly. Midship Molly leads it by 1, still handheld. Likewise for Emery and Davery. Outside of that is Molly's Mia shaking up hard. Vintage Port's running nicely. Vintage Port at 4-1, threatening to run a big one just off the heels tails of Midship Molly, and behind them Maria Rosa de la Cerda, and now they come charging down the stretch. Molly's been handled perfectly. Far outside, Island Jive finishing fast. Vintage Port gets the light of day. Vintage Port kicks clear impressively, and it's Vintage Port from Island Jive, AC Doocy in race 6. And they're racing. Pepperjack, a spry 8-year-old out of the gate speedily. Likewise for Robo, and Robo takes the lead with a lap to go. Heat and Reheat is prominent, racing to the outside of It's a Boy, and that one's to the outside of Pepperjack. They're about 3 lengths from the lead, and a length and a half clear from the 9-year-old Fort Langley. Fort Langley is right behind It's a Boy, and to the outside of Sarge's Sermon. Sarge's Sermon at 2.5 to 1, 6 lengths from the lead, right next to the rail. A length and a half farther back, we come to Glendale. That rider's looking to win 3 and has been overtaken by Swamp Drainer. Swamp Drainer, rider as the Pink Silks, racing wide and about 7-8 lengths from the lead. After that, we have Canderel. Into the far turn they go, and they're chasing Robo. Heat and Reheat. Took forever to get into the gate, but apparently is spry and keen with cunning and guile. Pepperjack is next to the inside of It's a Boy, who's on the move. Sarge's Sermon's out from the inside and is beginning to charge in with It's a Boy, about 3-4 lengths clear from Canderel. After that, we have Fort Langley. Glendale second last. Swamp Drainer can see them all. They're chasing Robo, and Robo at 6 to 1 shows the way. Sarge's Sermon taking off to the outside. It's a Boy between them with Heat and Reheat. It is Robo. Sarge's Sermon trying to win 2 in a row. Robo cuts 5 and 1, and Robo prevails at 6 to 1.
Good afternoon and welcome to Canterbury Park here in beautiful Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course currently listed at firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 9-race card. Race 1 starts the early pick 4. Pick 4 starts in the lid lifter. One change in race 1, take out number 7, The Scent. Race 1, scratch 7. Race 2, second half of that daily double starts the 50-cent pick 5, lowest takeout in the country. Pick 5 in race 2, scratch number 2, Martini Man. Race 2, take out that 2. Race 3 offers no changes. Race 3, no changes. Race 4 starts the late pick 4. Jockey change on number 5, Paw Allen. Make the jockey Eduardo Gallardo. Gallardo on the 5 in the 4th. Race 5, scratch number 3, because Vinny's a Canuck. Put Harry Hernandez on the 6. Pass the cat. Hernandez on the 6. Take out that 3 in race 5. In the 6th race, scratch number 8, Gypsy Reward. Race 6, take out 8. And a workout on the number 1, Loopy. 4 furlongs, 48.02 breezing. Race 7 is the final thoroughbred event of the card. No changes in race 7. And then we segue into a pair of quarter horse stakes races, starting with the Northstar Derby in race 8. No scratches, no jockey changes, a workout for the 1, Delilah. Race 8 free and clear of changes. First of 2 quarter horse stakes races, including the lucky last, which is the Northstar State Futurity. In that 9th race, jockey change on the 7. This Eagle Can Rock. Make the jockey Miguel Ramirez. Ramirez picks up the mount in race 9 on the 7. Fast and firm, cloudy skies, big night of racing ahead. Let's segue to the studio now to Mr. Jeff Madej and Miss Angela Herman.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and you're right. It is a big night of racing ahead.
Your kind of music.
Well, welcome to Canterbury Park on our first Wednesday night of racing. We have 9 races. 7 of them are thoroughbreds, 3 of those on the turf, and then we close out the card with a couple of quarter horse stakes. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We're here to preview some of the card and also look at the coming week. Ange, we've got a big week ahead of us, but let's take a quick peek here to bring people up to speed on the standings of the trainers and the jockeys, starting with the trainers. We don't find Mac Robertson on the top.
No, and it's a little unusual, I guess, but sometimes the meet, as it goes on, things like this will happen and things will get a little bit closer. He's just one behind Tim Padilla and Jose Silva Jr. You know, Jose Silva had a very quick start, but Tim Padilla with a great weekend last weekend, have him on some winners as well. And the turf racing has been the difference maker in a lot of these barns with some of the prices that they brought in, but with all the starts that you see over here in this column, Jose Silva Jr. has had a lot of multi-entry races to him, and he's got another shot with some of those tonight. So do keep an eye out for those because he likes to enter races in pairs or even in trios sometimes.
You're right. He's got races with 2 or 3 horses in him. And Tim Padilla won big win with the Alligator Hunter, and he came in loaded with horses that prepped at Tampa Bay Downs, and now they're ready to roll here. So it's good to see a little shake-up there with Tim Padilla's barn for Mr. Pete Matson doing extremely well.
And some recent claims for that barn, too, doing very well.
Absolutely. Harry Hernandez, our leading rider.
Yes, he is. Harry Hernandez is 4 ahead currently of Fausto da Silva. You know, that margin was a little bit closer earlier, but Harry Hernandez has now picked up a mount too. I think I have him on a feud tonight, but just 4 ahead of Fausto da Silva. Alonso Quinones, another rider that I think is going to have a very good couple of days. In fact, just 1 behind Fausto da Silva. And you can see the mounts over here on the right really stacking up for a lot of riders in the room, and they are definitely making their presence felt. Another very price-laden rider, Leslie Mowing, brought in another big price on the turf last week as well.
You know, Harry Hernandez was our leading rider in 22 and 23. Didn't come back to ride in 24 back this season. When he left here, he had no children. He's returned now with 2 kids with his partner, Kayla. We had a chance to catch up with him, talk to him a little bit about the impact of that family. Let's take a look.
Hello, I'm Harry Hernandez, and I'm a jockey here at Canterbury Park. I have 2 kids, and it's really not easy. It's new. But it's different for people, but for me, it's better now. Like I feel like I'm way more into my job than I used to be. My kid, he's almost 2. He enjoys watching the races and the horses, and you know, they help me try to get better and be better for myself and as a father and as a rider. You know, they're my priority, so I had to make some changes, and I had to come back here, which thank God everybody's giving me the help that I want, and everything is going really good right now.
Great to have Harry back in the jockey colony. We've got a really, really deep jockey colony this year. Now, horse racing, that's what we do, but we do some other things here, including concerts. Theory of a Dead Man this Friday, right out on the track stage. Big show.
Big show coming with Theory of a Dead Man. Yes, I will be at that show. I will be helping bring them on stage, tell you where everything is at, and I will actually be in attendance that evening to see Theory of a Dead Man. Now, if that's not for you, remember there's going to be other acts coming. There's going to be a yacht rock review. There's going to be different Billy Bob Thornton, I believe, is coming. And if you want to check out that lineup and get your tickets, I mean, we're starting a different sort of schedule now, but our schedule does fill up fast. And some of these concert tickets do go very quickly as well. So if that is what you have your mind on, you might want to go out there and check out your different options because some of those do sell out quite early. Theory of a Dead Man coming this Friday, but several more to come.
Yeah, big show. Tickets at CanterburyPark.com is where you want to go for all the information and to make your purchase. You can do the same for the Taste of Canterbury. That happens on Saturday. Barbecue and bourbon presented by Maker's Mark. These are popular events where we pair food samplings from our culinary team along with booze. Let's just face it, it's bourbon. It's fantastic. It's a great event. You can get tickets for that online. It usually sells out, so I would not waste any time. I'd get there and buy those tickets now. But that really, those events, the Taste of Canterbury we started a few years ago, really, really become popular. And for a good reason, because they're fantastic.
Yeah, hard to top bourbon and fast horses. They mix beautifully. Add in some barbecue options with it. And the fact that you have a nice place to sit indoors, too. There's a whole area that is designated for all of these events. So if you're worried about that, where are you going to go? Where are you going to eat? Don't worry about that. That is all set up for you with each of the Taste of Canterbury events. But if you can't make it for barbecue and bourbon, if you can spend Father's Day with us, some delicious options coming in food trucks.
Yeah, food truck festival. We've got, I don't know, a dozen food trucks, including Matt's Bar with the Juicy Lucy, which I absolutely love. But this food truck festival is a nice addition. Father's Day is always kind of a big day. There's the truck right there. I'll be in line. Father's Day is always a big day at the racetrack all around the country, and we add the food trucks to it, and it just gets bigger. So I expect a big crowd. I looked at the forecast. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. So get out here with your father. Treat him to a day at the races. And if you need past performances, if you want to be like Angela and handicap the races, well, we give you free past performances at brissnet.com. Just log on, get signed up, and get free past performances for every live racing day and start picking winners for yourself.
Absolutely. They're free for Father's Day. They're free tonight. Any day that you would like. Brisnet.com, a place to find past performances and different reports as well. Take a look around at some of the product offerings, but those specific Canterbury past performances always free on our live racing days. Now, we do have a couple of stakes races coming. This is one of Jeff's favorite days of the year because quarter horses are making their return to the Canterbury race card, and two of them will close us out tonight. Of course, we have the Northstar State Derby to start things at 400 yards, a different distance than some of them have tackled thus far in their young careers. And then the Futurity comes in race number 9. Not as much to look to as far as past performances, but some definite stars of the future looking to make their name known in race number 9 in their first stakes foray for the most part.
Yeah, it's a good, these are Minnesota bred horses, but we've got some of our trainers that we're familiar with, 2 Hall of Famers, Ed Ross Hardy, who I know you like in that 8th race, and Jason Olmstead, who I probably have winning the double. But
it'll be tough to beat.
But Jason wins a lot of races here. But he's got some nice horses: Haley Hobbs, Jerry Livingston, Tyler Stein. There's all the names that you would come to expect at Canterbury Quarter Horse Racing. And I really do think both the races are wide open because horses are coming off layoffs. Some trying, as you said, that 400-yard distance, which can be pesky for horses. Some just can't get that distance effectively. So I think they're really good betting races. I'm really interested in seeing what you might have, and maybe it even could be your bet of the day. I don't know.
It may be my bet of the day because, I mean, why start off quarter horse racing and not incorporate some sort of quarter horse action into it? Now, before the quarter horse races, though, race number 2 is going to feature the 50-cent pick 5. It's a 10% takeout wager. We take less, so we pay out more in that pick 5. Give back to the winners in that sequence that goes races 2 through 6. Remember, 50-cent minimum. You can add as many horses into the legs as you'd like. You can cut them down however you'd like to do it. I'll have a ticket. You can try to base one off. Kevin will put together a ticket. Either way, it is one of the best bets and the lowest takeouts in the universe on a pick 5. And so far, that sequence is on both surfaces, and it looks quite intriguing yet again tonight.
Yeah, it's always a good wager, especially if you can find a horse to really hang your hat on. Like Kevin, I mean, he'll find a single somewhere, and he'll build a bigger ticket and try to get paid. But even if a single does win, a shorter price wins, and you get some other prices in there, I mean, you're looking at more than $1,000 for a 50-cent bet, and that's hard to do.
That is very hard to do, but putting those 5 together definitely could do the trick. And now we're 12 minutes away from race number 1. Let's rewind from the quarter horses. Those are going to come a little bit later tonight. For now, we start things with the first in 12 minutes. 6 of them lined up, and a big favorite on the inside. But to delve more into race number 1, Kevin Gorg is awaiting. Kevin, are you out there?
I'm out there, and I'm loving it. Big night in front of us. 9 great races, couple of quarter horse stakes events, and great night to be playing Canterbury Park throughout North America here. Welcome to our racing product. It's been a great start to the season. We've got some light rain in the area, but our track is in fantastic condition. It's fast and firm, as you can see on your television monitors. Let's handicap the first together. Claimers going 6 furlongs. It starts our early pick 4. Get ready for the pick 5. That starts in race 2. If you're new to Canterbury, lowest takeout, as Angela mentioned, in North America. Big favorite right now in race 1 is the 2 Stuck in Snow, and I gave this horse a very long look. This was a horse that's got Harry Hernandez. He's our top jockey at the park. He's fantastic. The blinkers go on. Was very competitive in those state-bred races down at Oaklawn Park against the Arkies, and then came to Canterbury and tried the turf here on our second weekend of the year, May the 31st, and Didn't really fire on the turf, back on the dirt. My main concern was the lack of natural speed. This is a route horse on the cutback, and there just wasn't a lot of speed in this race. My top pick originally was the Scent, number 7, who scratched. He figured to get a great trip. So now we're left with a very paceless race. No doubt the 2's the horse to beat. Angela likes the 1, Oro, and there is an angle there because with that scratch of the 7, the front end seems to be available. Maybe the 1 gets out and feels brave. You know, Gallardo's a great gate jockey, and really there isn't a ton of confirmed speed in this race. So Angela's going to try to steal it with Eddie G now at 6-1. Stuck in Snow, probably a must-use on those pick 4 tickets. 3 horses, Score McCoy. Leslie Mowing won our nightcap on Sunday, the last time we gathered here for live racing. He's done this a few times this year. Really good bringing in long shots. Excellent to have him back in the fold at Canterbury. Again, not a lot of natural speed, but this horse exits a race won by Mr. Fabricator, who's on a very influential run. 3 straight wins for that horse. Should be a little closer to the pace. They went 22 flat in the race that he comes out of. They're not going to go 22 flat here. I can promise you this bunch isn't going that fast, so maybe that horse can improve. I took a flyer here on the 4. I'm going to try Johnny Begani, and you got to go back to last year here at Canterbury to know that this horse has good front-running speed. He did not pick up his feet down Tampa Bay way, at least in the 2 dirt races. This horse is coming off a loss of 27 lengths and 32 lengths, and before that, 24.5 lengths. So there's some angles here if you go back to last year. Pretty decent numbers at Canterbury. He's a Minnesota bred. You know they're going to point to this meet. Lindsay's the go-to rider for Van Winkle, and I'm just going to play the hunch that this horse is going to find some of that early footing that he's shown here before. And maybe he didn't care for the surroundings at Tampa Bay, and that wasn't their meet that they were looking to point this horse towards anyway. So I'm gonna bank on Johnny Begani flashing some of that patented speed. If he can get loose, he could have a chance. If he doesn't get loose, he's probably in deep water here. This is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. In my opinion, the horse to beat is the horse right next to him. That's Midnight Royal. Joel Burnt, fantastic trainer. Another Minnesota bred, loves Canterbury. 12 starts on our main track, 6 for 12 in the trifecta. If you go back and watch that replay from his last start in Chicago, it was a really rough trip. He got bumped hard out of the gate. Then he had to circle up 4 wide, made a big middle move, and kind of flattened. Second time off the layoff, should be rolling late. I think the 5, in my opinion, a horse you have to use on those pick 4 tickets. So I'm going to play the 4 small win ticket, but I'm going to have that 5 keyed on both my early pick 4 tickets. Midnight Royal, to me, absolutely the horse to beat. 6 is Dex, A Dreaming. Santiago gets the call here, and interesting that the Rushton gang has the 2 bookending the field. Now, this horse is third off the layoff in from Fauner Park and taking a significant class drop. Those were allowance races when this horse was last seen back in April, and much softer spot here, I would think, going from an allowance race down to claiming 75. So that's the angle with the 11 on the class drop, ship and dip. Maybe the softer competition allows that horse to jump up and run a big one. Pick 4 starts right here. Really fun race to handicap. There's Johnny Begani. I'm going to try Chad Lindsay on the front end to see if he can steal away with the Minnesota bred facing Open Company. Who do you like? It's time to get your bets in. Big night of racing ahead. 7 thoroughbred, 2 quarter horses. Right now they leave the paddock and they're going to head down the tunnel. And soon they'll be greeted with the best bugler in America, Sir Leonard Dykert, with the initial call to the post. Welcome to racing here at Canterbury Park.
And Canterbury Park bugler Lynn Dykert brings them onto the fast main track for the first this Wednesday at CBY. Pick 4 wagering begins about 5 minutes from now. It's only 50 cents. And scratch number 7, the Scent. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the first Wednesday of live racing this 2025 season. A night and season racing is provided in part by Appalatos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip, Loeffler, providers of this the first, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Pepsi. Stuck in Snow is favored at even money. Ridden by Harry Hernandez, our leading rider, by 4 into this racing week. We have a tie atop the training standings between Jose Silva Jr. and Tim Padilla. Here they come, and they're racing, and the first Wednesday was off squarely for all. Johnny B. Ghani with speed between them. Inside, Oro comes firing through. Outside of that, Daxa Dreaming. That's the rider with the black helmet cover. Meanwhile, Oro's taking the lead, and between them is Midnight Royal. Johnny B. Ghani retreats and is overtaken by the well-supported Stuck in Snow just off the heels of Oro, and the one watching all of that action is Score McCoy from 10 out of it. We have 5 covered by 3 off the far turn. Oro leads a tenuous neck. Daxa Dreaming trying to put a nightmare on the rest of them. Stuck in Snow is stuck in traffic as Johnny B. Ghani went back to 5th, now circumnavigates to a joint 3rd, and is about 3-4 lengths from the lead. Score McCoy's running on from 7 out of it. Up goes Daxa Dreaming. Daxa Dreaming, Oro, Johnny B. Ghani. Stuck in Snow gets the light of day. Stuck in Snow at 1-2 is attempting to take off. On the far outside, Score McCoy's finishing interestingly. It is Stuck in Snow from Score McCoy, and it's Stuck in Snow looking pretty cool in them shades. Long Shot ran second, Score McCoy at 35-1. Then it's Daxa Dreaming. And the first is official. Heavy favorite wins, but the superfecta pays $76, 2361. Trifecta paid $118, 236. Into the winner's circle, Stuck in Snow, and Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer is Andres Cantonet. Stuck in Snow prevails. And they're racing, and the first Wednesday was off squarely for all. Johnny B. Ghani with speed between them. Inside, Oro comes firing through. Outside of that, Daxa Dreaming. That's the rider with the black helmet cover. Meanwhile, Oro's taking the lead, and between them is Midnight Royal. Johnny B. Ghani retreats and is overtaken by the well-supported Stuck in Snow just off the heels of Oro, and the one watching all of that action is Score McCoy from 10 out of it. We have 5 covered by 3 off the far turn. Oro leads a tenuous neck. Daxa Dreaming trying to put a nightmare on the rest of them. Stuck in Snow is stuck in traffic as Johnny B. Ghani went back to 5th, now circumnavigates to a joint 3rd and is about 3-4 lengths from the lead. Score McCoy's running on from 7 out of it. Up goes Daxa Dreaming. Daxa Dreaming, Oro, Johnny B. Ghani. Stuck in Snow gets the light of day. Stuck in Snow at 1-2 is attempting to take off. On the far outside, Score McCoy's finishing interestingly. It is Stuck in Snow from Score McCoy, and it's Stuck in Snow looking pretty cool in them shades. Long Shot ran second, Score McCoy at 35-1. Then it's Daxa Dreaming. Tonight is racing under the Michelob Golden Lights, meaning $5 Mick Golden Lights all night.
We're 13 minutes away from race 2, and that means it's pick 5 time. Remember that pick 5 is a 10% takeout wager, 50-cent minimum, and there's my ticket on the screen. I'm going to start with your heavy favorite in here, Bodenheimer, because Bodenheimer is in excellent form. And when Bodenheimer's feeling good, this is one of his favorite places to race. He is so, so good going 5 over our turf course. I just had to take him and move along. If you don't like him, you're going to get an excellent price on whichever runner you fancy, but it is going to take a big effort, I think, to beat him in this spot. Now, 2 and 5 for me in the next race, Aeromax and Moral Dilemma. Couple of different styles of runners, but they have not made much running at Canterbury in their past. Now, Moral Dilemma is coming from Kentucky, whereas Aeromax had been in California, then Arizona, but I think that both of them will get different sorts of trips and wanted to cover what I thought was the most viable speed horse and just the most viable closer, keeping it simple with a couple of shorter prices. Now, I did spread out in our first turf race of the sequence. That's race number 4. I know that there's going to be a tough favorite in there in Sushi Man, but he hasn't been on the turf. So just on the off chance that maybe he doesn't care for it, I was just going to back myself up with some horses that had some nice turf pedigrees. That's Shankopotamus, Paw Allen, and It's Miles, who ran very well here last year on the turf. Even though he had some trouble in that trip, it's a lot better race than it looks on paper. I went with Mulberry Street as my top pick in race number 5, but now Harry Hernandez is picking up Past the Cat. He's also on my ticket, as well as Test Pilot to the outside. I just thought if anybody could get loose on the front end, it might be him, so I went 4, 6, and 7. Joe Costa and Anna Lee will be the last 2 members of my ticket. I did have Gypsy Reward on top. She scratched, and I think that both Joe Costa and Anna Lee should be in close attendance to the pace, and I think that one of them could definitely beat what I thought would be the big favorite, Loopy, in race number 6. That's my ticket. It's $24, but for more thoughts on race number 2 and the pick 5, Kevin Gort.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. We're in unison in the press box on the first leg of this pick 5, but she makes a great point. If you think you can beat Bodenheimer here and you use a couple of the horses and you beat a horse that's probably going to go off at around 2 to 5, then you have a leg up on the competition. Pick 5 is all about surviving 5 races and splitting the pot. And the more people you can eliminate, and if this horse gets beat, you're probably going to see more than half of the bettors with their tickets in the recycling bin. So interesting angle. I'm with Angelo. I think this horse is going to be a real handful tonight. Let's take a look at the field. Number 1 is Welton. Carlo Lopez gets the call for Esteban Martinez. Turf debut tonight. Decent bloodlines for it, and enough stalking speed for this gray to stay close to the pace. We'll see if this horse can take to the lawn. Sure has good energy down here in the paddock. Another gray right next door with the scratch of the 2. Here comes Dr. Perry. The Q, Alonso Quinones gets the call for Timmy Padilla. Timmy's barn's off to a great start. He's our top trainer here in the first month of racing. His horses have consistently been firing. This horse likely going to be well off the pace, and the pace should be honest because the horse right next door is the big favorite, and this is Bodenheimer. Loves our turf course, as Angela mentioned. 6 starts on our grass with 4 wins. That's incredible. Has the speed, has Harry Hernandez, and should be a very, very tough horse to catch if he's able to clear off. And when he's on his game, he has that natural speed, and he likes to clear off. I think Bodenheimer is going to be awfully tough to beat here. You won't get rich, but if you single the horse, you're likely going to survive. I'll take Bodenheimer at 1-2. 5 is Kids Inheritance. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Troy Bethke, another horse that loves the Canterbury turf. 18 starts on it, 9 for 18 in the trifecta. Good stalking speed, second time off the layoff. And when Troy Bethke pops, he normally pops at a price. Right now, that price is a square 5-1. Bridgman gets on the 6, Warp Ride. This horse has 1 career win on the turf and ran a sneaky good race against Philo Badeau last time out. So Warp Ride with this jockey in play, one of the best turf riders I've seen here in Shakopee in many years. Keep an eye on Warp Ride to upset, at least in the trifecta and superfecta. The biggest danger, in my opinion, to the favorite might come from the 7, Yo Dog. Yo Dog has tried the turf here at Canterbury 6 times. 5 for 6 in the trifecta. Outside stalking speed from an attack post and 9-2. Can anybody beat Bodenheimer? He's sharp right now. He loves our turf course, and he's got the best speed. With a clean trip, he could be a handful. You got to decide because it's pick 5 time, and boy, that pick 5 has been bountiful. Hundreds, more times thousands of dollars available. Is it a free space, or do you spread here and try to knock a lot of the chalk players out? Time to make those bets. Head to the windows. The horses head down the tunnel. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
We'd like to welcome our featured groups to the racetrack tonight, those with Itasca Wealth and the Client Appreciation Night, Viking Client Services, FR Secure Dream Team, Pioneer Team Outing, Owen Allen Solutions, the UMD Alumni Group, Ziegler Cat, House of Insurance Agency, Insperity, Coordinated Business Systems, and the Blue Sky Kentucky Derby Group. Heading to the firm Canterbury Park turf course for race number 2 and the CBY Pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout. Scratch number 2, Martini Man, and the rail is at 20 feet. They'll be to the gate 5 minutes from now. Pick 5 time in 5 minutes.
Hey, Canterbury, it's Angela down here in the winner's circle. And while we take a little break from the horse races for a second, we're going to play a game of blackjack. Now, I have a lucky blackjack player here trying to get a daily double pack out of this. All you got to do is, I guess, play blackjack. Here we go. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's John. I'm from Waconia.
All right. Now, you have played blackjack before? You know the rules?
Yep. Okay, now I'm not quite sure who's going to be the dealer, but we are going to have you take a couple of cards, and we'll see what hand you have. Okay, you have been dealt a 12. Okay, and the dealer has 12 as well. Would you like to hit or would you like to stay? Okay, he's going to take a hit. All right, you got to show your cards to the camera. You have a 6, so 18 altogether. Would you like to hit or would you like to stay? You're going to stay. All right, dealer, take your hit. You busted. Okay, that was easy enough. Congratulations. You have won a daily double pack. Nice job. If you want to check this out, you want to play some cards in our card room, it is open 24/7.
Three minutes. Race 2 is sponsored by Apple Autos and Comcast Xfinity. It's post time. Post time for the second and first turf race at Canterbury tonight. Our first Wednesday of the 2025 season. Bodenheimer is favored. Jockey Harry Hernandez looking to sweep the double. And he is 10 of 15 on favorites this early part of the season. He's ridden 15 favorites with 10 victories. Hernandez guides Bodenheimer as they move in line. Kid's Inheritance has gone in. Now Bodenheimer, Warp Ride, and Yo Dog. And there racing. Bodenheimer came out very speedily, and Bodenheimer, the favorite, is in hand and in command by 2 in the early stages. After that, Kid's Inheritance on the cut back to the inside of Warp Ride. Outside of them, Yo Dog. Then we come back to Welton in the turf debut, 5 behind Bodenheimer, and about the same distance clear from the white horse, Dr. Perry off the far turn. Bodie shows the way. It's Bodenheimer by 1.5, 2. Hernandez has not asked the 4 to run. Kid's Inheritance still plugging away. Yo Dog still wide. Warp Ride still between them. Dr. Perry's running on, and in last is Welton. It's Bodenheimer now getting down to business, and Hernandez took a peek back and sees the challengers about 4 lengths in arrears. It is Bodenheimer looking to win 2 in a row. Kid's Inheritance closing fast with Dr. Perry, but Bodenheimer has won 2 in a row. Harry swept the double. Number 4, Bodenheimer. First. 4, 3, 5, 6. In 56.87 to begin the 10% pick 5. It's unofficial. Race 2 is official. The trifecta paid $30.10. It was chalk all odds. On to the third and a fast main track. No scratches. Race number 3 is courtesy of Anheuser-Busch. And also, Taste of Canterbury takes place Saturday. Barbecue and Bourbon, the bill of fare. It's presented by Maker's Mark. You can upgrade your racing experience. We offer bourbon-themed cocktails and much more. So if you'd like to learn more about Taste of Canterbury, go to canterburypark.com/events. Into the winner's circle, it is Bodenheimer. 2 consecutive wins for Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Kristen Boyce and Mary Lou Holden, and the winning trainer, Valerie Lund. And they're racing. Bodenheimer came out very speedily, and Bodenheimer, the favorite, is in hand and in command by 2 in the early stages. After that, Kid's Inheritance on the cut back to the inside of Warp Ride. Outside of them, Yo Dog. Then we come back to Welton in the turf debut, 5 behind Bodenheimer, and about the same distance clear from the white horse, Dr. Perry off the far turn. Bodie shows the way. It's Bodenheimer by 1.5, 2. Hernandez has not asked the 4 to run. Kid's Inheritance still plugging away. Yo Dog still wide. Warp Ride still between them. Dr. Perry's running on. And in last is Welton. It's Bodenheimer now getting down to business. And Hernandez took a peek back and sees the challengers about 4 lengths in arrears. It is Bodenheimer looking to win 2 in a row. Kid's Inheritance closing fast with Dr. Perry. But Bodenheimer has won 2 in a row. Harry swept the double.
Whew, when he is good, he is so hard to beat on that turf course. And congratulations to the Valerie Lund Barn. Now let's go on to race number 3. We'll take things back to the main course, and somebody's going to be a victor for the first time in this maiden. This is for $7,500 claimers, and we don't have any changes to report in here. Field of 7 is making its way out right now, and you get 7-1 on the rail running Dawkins. Dawkins is going to try the dirt for the first time. He felt pretty far off the pace in a couple of 2-turn races at Turf Paradise recently. He was coming at the end of things, but thus far, at least in the 7 furlong races that we've had, it has been helpful to stay at least within contact of the pace. Not sure if Dawkins is going to like the dirt as much as he's liked the turf, but a little class relief should help, and he definitely gets that here as well as the inside draw. Now, Aeromax is going to be ridden by Alonso Quinones today, and I wonder if he's not going to find himself a little bit closer to the pace just because Aeromax doesn't have all of the pace pressure that was in there. He does have Brainiac in this spot, but not everybody that was out there making the pace hot. If Aeromax can stay a little bit closer, he has an inside post this time as opposed to being out in the 6 hole. Things could work out a little bit better for him today, and I thought the 3-1 was a square enough price. Don't be too deterred by that record as he's done most of that running out in Southern California. I took him second, but Aeromax is definitely a big threat from off the pace. Brainiac should be right on things. If Aeromax is going to sit a little bit behind him, I think that Brainiac might want to get himself a little bit more comfortable than he did last time. He's had some pretty solid fractions and kind of dueled on the lead back and forth. He ran a very good race in defeat and in fact came back to get second after he had been passed up for that spot. Double Echo took that field pretty handily that day, but Brainiac definitely deserves to be the horse that they are betting, and right now he is a narrow second choice at 5-2. You get a lot more on More Money Mo. He is 13-1. Plenty of experience on this one, and he has had a taste of 7 furlong racing. He comes out of that aforementioned Double Echo race where Double Echo was very impressive in victory, but More Money Mo has a lot of ground to make up on some other horses that did run behind him. It says even effort, and that's a good description of what he did. He keeps himself in the race generally, but doesn't always pass up a whole bunch of horses late. So More Money Mo, maybe a horse that I would stick to in trifectas or exactas or something. The price is going to be nice, as it usually is, and right now that price is 13-1. Moral Dilemma is your favorite at the moment. This is the way I went in here. Moral Dilemma is making start number 6, and that's helpful along with the fact that his prior trainer, who's a very sharp horsewoman herself, put this horse in a lot of 6.5, 7 furlong races, and that's what he's doing today. Now, it's going to be a little different configuration than he's seen, but he's shown very good speed and should be able to keep himself in the race throughout. A couple of horses that beat him in his most recent start have come back to win, and they're just a very good tandem. They're 2 of 3 with maiden runners when Cody Rosine and Joe Novogratz team up, but Moral Dilemma is going to be another one they'll try to add to the list of winners in start number 6. Tarp Storm is another Espinosa runner. He has both More Money Mo and Tarp Storm in here, and Tarp Storm should be a little bit further behind early, I would think. He did break sharply last time from the rail, but just managed to pass a few horses at the end of things, and he and Eddie Gallardo are 15-1 at the moment. Coach Sam P on the outside was my selection in that 7 furlong race won by Double Echo. He stayed close a little bit in the early part of the race, but Coach Sam P really didn't finish things off that day. I wouldn't be surprised to see him fall a little bit further back like he was at Oaklawn Park. If that's the case, he definitely should come running for a piece late, but I'm going to stick with the speedy Moral Dilemma on top with about 7 minutes to post. Make that 9. In this third race, you have Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Try, Super, Double, and pick 3 wagers to choose from. 7 going in the gate for this one. They'll be down in the 7 furlong gate very shortly, but in the meantime, there's a power play coming from Kevin Gorg.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings the horses onto the track for tonight's third race at 7 furlongs and a fast main track. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a $1 pick 3, linking up races 3, 4, and 5. 7 minutes now, 7 minutes to the third. Welcome upstairs to the TV studio. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat for their sponsorship of this fun production we call the Power Play. Try to isolate a race later in the card where we can focus in on one horse, maybe key that horse in the horizontals like the pick 4, or maybe the verticals with a trifecta or exacta, keying this one on top. Race 6, number 3, Jocasta. Let's take a look at this. We'll start with the numbers at Canterbury on our lawn. 4 starts, 3 times in those 4 starts on the money. Pretty consistent in the career, too. Don't like the 1 for 12, but I do like the 7 for 12 in the money. We get the Q riding for Gary Shear. The Shear Barn, year in and year out, consistently good. They run some big-time racing down at Fairgrounds, so in good form when we last saw him in March, a freshening for the 4-year-old filly. And look back at Canterbury, we'll go back to what she does when she's on this lawn. She seems to love it. And speed is a weapon, and she'll use that weapon again tonight. And if she's able to do this, which is get clear and get comfortable, she's going to be a handful. You can see her. She's got that skill. She's done all the dirty work. They've been chasing her tail. And now when it gets time to get challenged in mid-stretch, she finds another gear. When horses like a particular surface, it brings out their absolute best, and I believe that our turf course here in Shakopee is her favorite. Gary Shear's going well. So is the Power Play. Let's cash together race 6, number 3, Jocasta. 1 minute warning now. The horses are approaching the starting gate for race 3. Get those bets in now. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for our third. Maidens here are going to battle at 7 furlongs. Jockey Harry Hernandez rides the favorite, Moral Dilemma. He's looking to start the card with 3 consecutive wins. Second choice in the wagering is the 2-horse Aeromax. Sun has come out here in Shakopee, fast and firm. Total of 9 races on the card, and we're almost set for the third. Coach Sam P. will be the last in line. There in the gate. Favorite, Restless. And they're off, and the favorite gets off to a tough start. Moral Dilemma was left at the starting gate and lost 5 lengths. Outside, there goes Coach Sam P. to take control of the race early, and he leads it by a couple lengths. Shading on the outside is Brainiac from inside Dawkins. Aeromax gets a good trip from 4 lengths behind those leaders. Hernandez and Moral Dilemma trying to make up ground after that tardy beginning. They've got 7 lengths to make up right now. Behind that one comes More Money Mo. At the tail of the field is Tarp Storm. They went 24-2 to the opening quarter mile. And the long shot, Coach Sam P. is out there dictating terms from Brainiac. On the outside of Brainiac comes Aeromax, who's just 2 lengths from that leader. The favorite now, Moral Dilemma, into the race, and 3 lengths from that leader. Dawkins shaken up and going the wrong direction. More Money Mo trying to unwind, and still nothing from Tarp Storm. 47-4 to the half mile. This 30-1 long shot is still there. Coach Sam P. leading it by 3. Up the inside comes Moral Dilemma. Aeromax is wasting a good trip. In between is Brainiac. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and the coach is calling the shots. Coach Sam P. 30-1 and pounding away with an ever-widening lead into the final furlong. Look at this. Coach Sam P., a runaway winner, and a runaway at 30-1, blowing that tote board to Bemidji. Bombs away at Canterbury. 7 furlong finishing time, 126.73. We had a $7,500 claim. Stay tuned for that information. And stay tuned for some giant prices. Photo for the exotics. Photo sign on the board. Please hold all tickets. Photo sign is down. Second place goes to the 2 Aeromax. Third, the 5 Moral Dilemma. And Dawkins, the 1, finishes 4th. 72-51. soon to be official, but hold them all. Career start number 18 for Coach Sam P. Campaign down in Arkansas this winter into the spring. Second start here at the meet at Canterbury. Gets the front to himself and scores at 30-1. $64.40. The 5-horse was claimed, Moral Dilemma. $7,500 claim. The new owners are the Canterbury Chapel 2024. The new trainer is Patrick Fields. Moral Dilemma claimed for $7,500. Pick 3 for $1, $87 on those first 3 races. Exacta, William the Refrigerator Perry, 7-2 for $1, $90.30. Trifecta paid $124.80. 10-cent Super, $80.83. The 4-7 double for $2, $105.60. On deck will be our 4th race tonight. 4th race is on that firm turf course. 22 minutes to post. Let's celebrate the winner here in upset fashion. Into the winner's circle for number 7, it's Coach Sam P. Coach Sam P is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Jonesboro out of Batten Down Bell, foaled in Arkansas. The winning owner is Todd Verhusen. The winning trainer is Mr. Ron Westerman, and the winning jockey, Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Coach Sam P. Firm turf, race 4, 22 minutes. And they're off, and the favorite gets off to a tough start. Moral Dilemma was left at the starting gate and lost 5 lengths. Outside, there goes Coach Sam P. to take control of the race early, and he leads it by a couple lengths. Shading on the outside is Brainiac from inside Dawkins. Aeromax gets a good trip from 4 lengths behind those leaders. Hernandez and Moral Dilemma trying to make up ground after that tardy beginning. They've got 7 lengths to make up right now. Behind that one comes More Money Mo. At the tail of the field is Tarp Storm. They went 24-2 to the opening quarter mile in the long shot. Coach Sam P. is out there dictating terms from Brainiac. On the outside of Brainiac comes Aeromax, who's just 2 lengths from that leader. The favorite now, Moral Dilemma, into the race, and 3 lengths from that leader. Dawkins shaken up and going the wrong direction. More Money Mo trying to unwind, and still nothing from Tarp Storm. 47-4 to the half mile. This 30-1 long shot is still there. Coach Sam P. leading it by 3. Up the inside comes Moral Dilemma. Aeromax is wasting a good trip. In between is Brainiac, top of the Canterbury stretch, and the coach is calling the shots. Coach Sam P. 30-1 and pounding away with an ever-widening lead into the final furlong. Look at this. Coach Sam P., a runaway winner and a runaway at 30-1, blowing that tote board to Bemidji. We had a bit of a drizzly start to our race night, but now the sun is shining. We got a bountiful card in front of us. 9 big races, 7 thoroughbred, 2 quarter horses, and after a 30-1 shocker in the second leg of the pick 5 with nearly $70,000 bet in, all of us in the press box are on carryover watch. We'll see if it happens. There's going to be another heavy favorite here in the 4th. We're going to handicap this race together. And do note, this does start the late pick 4th, races 4, 5, 6, and 7, the final 4 thoroughbred events of the night. And our turf racing all year has brought in some big prices. The average winning mutual in Canterbury grass races here in the first month is up over $15 for a $2 win bet. So don't be afraid of the long shots. We'll start with one of the price horses I think can compete for the victory. That's number 1, Handicapping. Santiago gets the call for Stacy Rushton, and ran a decent second last time on the main track. That was 6 furlongs sprinting. So now we're going to go around 2 turns, and we're going to make that turf debut. And to me, that's the handicapping angle with the 1 horse. You see the sire here is Temple City. The grandsire is Dynaformer. They're both all about turf racing. So I really like the bloodlines. Inside post should be awesome. And Handicapping, the cool named inside marker, is 7-1. Number 2 is Latin Force. What do we do with Latin Force? We have a good trainer. He's a Canterbury Hall of Famer, David Van Winkle. Very good pilot in De Silva, and a horse that has the best speed figures. But he's 0 for 25. 25 tries to break the maiden. Now, if you're building exactas, trifectas, and superfectas, frankly, at 5-1, I can't build those tickets without this horse on there. But if you want me to walk to the window and make a win bet, I'm going to have a harder time doing that because of the 0 for 25. So mixed signals, but a really fair price, great connections, and a great post. So there are a lot of positives, but the 0 for 25 to me is the roadblock. Number 3 is Heavenly Deacon, Carlo Lopez for Tranquilino, in from Oaklawn Park. Okay turf bloodlines, and hasn't really shown much in those dirt starts. So I like the switch in surfaces. Fans aren't exactly in love early, 25-1. 4 is Airmail Flyer. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Joel Burnt, and they've done good things together. 25% when Kelsey rides for Mr. Burnt. 1 career start on the main track, kind of split the field, looked like a horse that wanted to go longer, and that's exactly what they're going to do tonight. Mouse kind of likes this one, and 8-1. Number 5 is Paw Allen. Put the jockey in at Eddie Gallardo. There's Mac Robertson, and how about the turf bloodlines here? Woo! 344 on the Tomlinson. This is the grandson of the great theatrical. So this horse all about, at least on paper, loving the grass. We'll see if that plays out that way tonight on Paw Allen, who is 7-1. The Sushi Man is heavily favored. Sushi Man is even money. Harry Hernandez looking for his 3rd win on the card. He gets Cody Rosine's horse here, who has raced once at Canterbury, a decent try against state breds, then faced Open Company at Oaklawn before shipping down to Prairie Meadows and running a bang-up second last time on the dirt. When good trainers switch surfaces after big tries, I pay attention. And I'll tell you one thing, Sushi Man looks the part in the paddock. Great energy, gorgeous-looking coat. And if he takes to the lawn, it's something he's never done, but he's bred for it. If he takes to the grass, he's going to be a handful here. Double H looking for the trifecta of winners on this card early. Number 7 is It Smiles. Roman just pulled off the big shocker. He'll try to go boom, boom, back-to-back for Joel Burnt. 1 turf start. It was sneaky. It wasn't great, but it was Open Company and did run 5th in that race. So not impossible, and Roman's got to be feeling good. That was a crafty ride in race 3. My sneaky long shot in the race, and I love that I'm getting 16-1. This horse will be on all my trifecta tickets. Boy, does Dave Miller have this horse looking good. It's Bears D. Gonzalez for Mr. David Miller. Tried the turf at Hawthorne last time and ran much better than it looks on paper. This horse was chasing a 22-4 opening quarter mile. That 8 is way too big a price, in my opinion, and will be on my exotic wager tickets. But I do think Sushi Man is going to be a handful here. Race number 4, we're on a firm turf. We're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Someone's going to break their maiden. It's exciting. It's Father's Day week. We're back on Saturday at 5 and Sunday with the Father's Day Spectacular at 1 p.m. Food trucks, all kinds of great giveaways. The wonder of it all. You're watching racing right here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Sir Leonard Dykert, best in the business, brings them on the dirt, heading to the turf, which is firm for race number 4. Pick 4 wagering on races 4 through 7. Number 5, Paw Allen, is ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Post time for the 4th, 5 minutes from now.
Quarter horse racing kicks off tonight, so why wouldn't the angle involve one of those quarter horses? We're going to take a look at the first of those 2 stakes in race number 8 with the 7 EOs Keep Dreamin'. Now, if you look in the Daily Racing Form, and that is the sponsor of the angle, at a couple of the features that they put out there, the first thing you'll find right at the top is the very basics, the distance, and why that is so important in the Derby. They're going to go 400 yards. Not every horse can handle 400 yards, but you look for clues in their past, or their recent history, I suppose, to try to find some horses that would really like to do it. Now, with EO's Keep Dreaming, she has not tried it, and she hasn't run since last August. These are her 4 lifetime races. But if you look over here, that was her longest race to date. That 350 is 350 yards. And one of the other features you can find on Formulator is replays. Now, this says bunk break late gain up. Very accurate description, but watching it gives you more of an impression that she's going to like 400 yards. Now, this is her on the outside. You can see a little bit of a slow break, but as she gathers her stride, everybody on her inside might have outbroke her, but they are not going to outlast her for the 350 yards. And this steady rally on the outside is exactly the kind of thing that we're looking for, going 400. You can see her going away at the end of that one, taking the raised 400 and coming back as a 3-year-old. We'll see if she comes back as the same horse or maybe even better and can pull a mild upset in the 8th.
Two minutes now. 2 minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 4, provided by Jim Beam Bourbon and Bushlight. We also thank TouchdownTile.com, the official renovation partner of Canterbury Park. It's post time. Into the gate for the 4th. And they're racing. Heavenly Deacon was off slowly. Sushi Man heads right to the lead. Sushi Man, the 1-5 favorite, on the lead as they corner for the first time. And the bookender, Bears D, very sharp in the early stages. Bears D is about a length and a half behind the hot favorite. Right behind them, we have Latin Force, third and 4 out of it, and about 5, maybe 4 lengths clear from It's Miles beginning to advance. It's Miles trapped to the inside. Now about 8, 9, maybe 10 out of it as Sushi Man opens up 3 lengths on Bears D. After that, we come back to Shankopotamus. That one's to the outside of Airmail Flyer. Around the corner they go, chasing Sushi Man, who's juicy. Sushi is juicy on the early lead. Bears D still in second and attempting to cut into that margin, 2.5 lengths in arrears. After that, we come back to a recovering Heavenly Deacon. That one's to the outside of Latin Force, about 3, 4 lengths clear from It's Miles. After that, Airmail Flyer. Paw Allen is tailed off badly, overtaken by Shankopotamus. Sushi Man puts their backs against the wall, and he is gone. Impressive performance by Sushi Man, and Harry has tripled. Sushi Man 7, Latin Force, and Heavenly Deacon finished third. Number 6, Sushi Man in 129.12. Latin Force second. And a photo for the rest. Results are unofficial. The numbers 6, 2, 3. Heavenly Deacon third at 60-1. It's Miles fourth. Into the winner's circle comes Sushi Man. That's 3 victories tonight for Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, One Bid Stable, and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. Sushi Man is a 3-year-old brown gelding by a stern out of Kitty Boo. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, One Bid Stable. It's official. The first pick for tonight, $75.30. That trifecta paid $30.30. Race number 5 is 22 minutes from now. Scratch number 3, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Number 6, Past the Cat, is ridden by Harry Hernandez. Be to the gate about 7:05. Don't get shut out. And they're racing. Heavenly Deacon was off slowly. Sushi Man heads right to the lead. Sushi Man, the 1-5 favorite, on the lead as they corner for the first time. And the bookender, Bears D, very sharp in the early stages. Bears D is about 1.5 lengths behind the hot favorite. Right behind them, we have Latin Force third and 4 out of it, and about 5, maybe 4 lengths clear from It's Miles beginning to advance. It's Miles trapped to the inside. Now about 8, 9, maybe 10 out of it as Sushi Man opens up 3 lengths on Bears D. After that, we come back to Shankopotamus. That one's to the outside of Air Mail Flyer. Around the corner they go, chasing Sushi Man, who's juicy. Sushi is juicy on the early lead. Bears D still in second and attempting to cut into that margin, 2.5 lengths in arrears. After that, we come back to a recovering Heavenly Deacon. That one's to the outside of Latin Force, about 3, 4 lengths clear from It's Miles. After that, Airmail Flyer. Paul Allen has tailed off badly, overtaken by Shankopotamus. Sushi Man puts their backs against the wall, and he is gone. one. Impressive performance by Sushi Man, and Harry has tripled. Sushi Man 7, Latin Force, and Heavenly Deacon finished third. On from 7 out of it, up goes Daxa Dreaming. Daxa Dreaming, Oro, Johnny Bigani. Stuck in Snow gets the light of day. Stuck in Snow at 1-2 is attempting to take off. On the far outside, Score McCoy's finishing interestingly. It is Stuck in Snow from Score McCoy, and it's Stuck in Snow looking pretty cool in them shades. Long Shot ran second, Score McCoy at 35-1. Pride still between them. Dr. Perry's running on, and in last is Welton. It's Bodenheimer now getting down to business, and Hernandez took a peek back and sees the challengers about 4 lengths in arrears. It is Bodenheimer looking to win 2 in a row. Kids Inheritance closing fast with Dr. Perry, but Bodenheimer has won 2 in a row. Harry swept the double.
A good trip. In between is Brainiac, top of the Canterbury stretch, and the coach is calling the shots. Coach Sam P, 30-1, and pounding away with an ever-widening lead into the final furlong. Look at this. Coach Sam P, a runaway winner, and a runaway at 30-1, blowing that tote board to Bemidji.
Paul Allen is tailed off badly, overtaken by Shankopotamus. Sushi Man puts their backs against the wall, and he is gone. Impressive performance by Sushi Man, and Harry has tripled. Sushi Man 7, Latin Force, and Heavenly Deacon finished third.
Sushi Man 1-5 when they leave the gate, and really never in doubt with that victory. Harry Hernandez gets his third win in the saddle tonight. Cody Rosine, excellent training job. That could be one to watch on our turf course here this summer. That horse put on quite the show there, and we'll see if that horse can step into deeper waters and keep validating those big buyer figures that youngster's producing. Here in race 5, we scratched the 3, and speaking of Harry Hernandez, he'll pick up the mount on number 6, Past the Cat. Fun race to handicap at 7 furlongs out of the chute, and here they are. Number 1 is Blame Bishop. Leslie Mowing's been bringing in some nice long shots. 4 of this horse's 6 career wins are here on the Canterbury main track. Lynn Rarick is the conditioner, and that's a trainer that always seems to pop at some decent prices. I think 12-1 is very fair. I'm going to mix this horse into my tries and supers. I have the race 7-4-6-2-1, but I thought the one from that inside post could be one of those sneaky players on the bottom side of your tries and supers at double digits to make that thing pay a little more. Number 2 is the Speedball, Tom Bombadil. Bombadil is ridden by De Silva, trained by Jose Silva, second off the bench. On the stretch out, tried 6 furlongs last time, was put through an opening quarter that went 22, and this gray looks really good down here. See the dappling on the hindquarters, the ears are up. What is going on, Tommy? Tommy looks great. Tommy will likely show that patented early speed and try to play a little catch me if you can. If you want to greet the cashier, you're going to have to catch Tom Bombadil. Scratch the 3, move on to the 4. This is Mulberry Street right now, the favorite at 9-5. Castellanos gets the call for Silva. 6 tries on our main track, 4 for 6 in the trifecta. I loved the effort last time. Lost a photo at 7-1. Can the horse come back and do it again? Sometimes off the layoff, when they run big, you call for the bounce factor. When they bounce back to reality, it is a drop in class. Those were $7,500 claimers. We're in for 4. And I get the poker game that the claiming game provides, because you can drop an 8-year-old and get away with it. But if that horse can duplicate the effort from last time, that favoritism probably is correct. Number 5 is Barbiere. Gallardo gets the call for Troy Bethke. 11 wins from 61 career starts. Another 8-year-old who ran 4th behind Catholic Guilt last time. And that was a race at 1 mile where Catholic Guilt was a significant favorite on a class drop, so probably softer company here. Now the hot jockey, Harry Hernandez. He's so good. He puts his horses in position to win. The position this race is going to be different. Harry's so great on speed, but this is a deep, deep closer that likely is going to be 8, 10, 12, maybe 15 lengths behind. If you bet the 6, don't panic early. Wait for the run. I think it comes, but I think it's late in the race. This horse put on a show on our main track last year. He loves Canterbury. I'm just not completely sold on the distance. I think this horse wants a little more than 7 furlongs, but can't fault anybody that likes Harry tonight. He is on fire. My top pick in the race is the outside horse, number 7, Test Pilot. Timmy Padilla on a roll, training to start the season. We get turf to dirt, we get a class drop, we get stalking speed, and we get the cue. I'm in. I'm going to head to the window right now. I'm a fan of number 7. There you see the grid of all the insiders, the experts. Look at Jeff Madej joining me on the 7. Hall of Famer Jeff Madej. I love it. 7 furlongs. Thoroughbreds, $4,000 claimers at the gate in around 8 right now. Sir Leonard Dykert and the call to the post. Good luck.
And here they come onto the fast main track for the 5th race. Scratch number 3, 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck. And number 6, Pass the Cat, picked up by Harry Hernandez.
Hello again from the Winner's Circle. We talked about some of the music that we have coming to Canterbury this summer, and one of those acts is coming this Friday in our Canterbury concert series. Theory of a Dead Man is set to come here and perform right over on that stage, and I have Thomas to my left to try to finish the lyric on a Theory of a Dead Man song to try to get a couple of pit passes. Now what we're going to do, we're going to turn around, look at the lyrics, listen to this part of the song, and you just have to finish it for me. Think you can do that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to turn around, take a look at the board, and if you can finish this correctly, you will be at the pit in Theory of a Dead Man on Friday. Let's take a look. Okay, you got to finish the lyric. I'm in love with an angel who's afraid of the light. Her halo is broken, but there's A, a fight, B, blaze, C, life, or D, light in her eyes. Do you think it is A, B, C, or D?
I'm going to go with D.
Do you think it's D, light in her eyes? I'm sorry, Thomas. It was A fight in her eyes, but that's okay. Nobody goes away empty-handed. You'll get a daily double pack, and you could try to win those passes again, maybe on Friday. But thanks for coming and joining us down here. Good luck the rest of your night.
Thank you.
If you want to see Theory of a Dead Man, you can check out CanterburyPark.com. There's still tickets available. Friday the 13th.
They're at the gate, and it is now race time. Into the gate for the 5th. A couple of stakes races at the end of the card. Races 8 and 9. Mulberry Street, 2-1 here. Mulberry Street goes in. And Test Pilot, last in line. 7/8, and here they are. And they're racing, and they all answered the bell well. Tom Bombadil, like a blur, comes out of the gate, puts 4 on the field. Tom Bombadil, very fast. After that, Mulberry Street. That one's to the inside of Test Pilot. Then behind them, Blame Bishop, 8 from the front, and about 2 lengths clear from Past the Cat. The one in last is Barbieri. Up the barn side they go, covered by 10, and chasing Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil nearly by 5 from Test Pilot, who's covering up Mulberry Street. Blame Bishop, 8 out of it, and about 7 clear from Past the Cat. That one's about 13 from the lead to the outside of Barbieri, who's beginning to run on. Off the far turn, Fausto da Silva and Tom Bombadil trying to take them gate to wire. Tom Bombadil slowing down a bit, leading it from Test Pilot by 2.5. Blame Bishop running on to the inside. Outside of that, Mulberry Street, Past the Cat and Barbieri have a lot of work to do to chase this white horse, Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil slowing down. Test Pilot set to engage. Outside of that, Mulberry Street, Blame Bishop. Past the Cats running on late. Into the final football field. Tom Bombadil refuses to turn back, and Tom Bombadil, handled beautifully, takes them gate to wire at 4.5-1. Number 2, Tom Bombadil did it sweetly. 2-4-7 and a photo for 4th. Barbieri 4th. Race number 5 is official. Scored by Tom Bombadil. and jockey Fausto da Silva. The winning owners, Taboada Racing, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Race 6 is on the firm turf course. Scratch number 8, Gypsy Reward. Race 6 is courtesy of Kim Crawford and Hormel, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. We also thank Fairfield Inn and Suites, Hampton Inn and Suites, Holiday Inn Express, and Sandalwood Suites. Race number 6 about 22 minutes from now. And they're racing, and they all answered the bell well. Tom Bombadil, like a blur, comes out of the gate, puts 4 on the field. Tom Bombadil, very fast. After that, Mulberry Street. That one's to the inside of Test Pilot. Then behind them, Blame Bishop, 8 from the front, and about 2 lengths clear from Past the Cat. The one in last is Barbieri. Up the barn side they go, covered by 10, and chasing Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil nearly by 5 from Test Pilot, who's covering up Mulberry Street. Blame Bishop, 8 out of it, and about 7 clear from Past the Cat. That one's about 13 from the lead to the outside of Barbieri, who's beginning to run on. Off the far turn, Fausto da Silva and Tom Bombadil trying to take them gate to wire. Tom Bombadil slowing down a bit, leading it from Test Pilot by 2.5. Blame Bishop running on to the inside. Outside of that, Mulberry Street, Past the Cat and Barbieri have a lot of work to do to chase this white horse, Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil slowing down. Test Pilot set to engage. Outside of that, Mulberry Street, Blame Bishop. Past the Cats running on late. Into the final football field. Tom Bombadil refuses to turn back, and Tom Bombadil, handled beautifully, takes them gate to wire at 4.5 to 1.
A nice little upset there, Angela Herman, as we get ready for the paddock here before race 6. And look at those pick 5 payoffs. Really the lowest payoff, almost $1,000. So once again, we've seen upsets at Canterbury in the early part of the meeting, and that 10% takeout continues to give more back to our betting patrons here at Canterbury.
Yes, it does. Now let's move on to race number 6 on the turf, shall we? Loopy, your thoughts?
Yeah, Loopy's got own speed. And as Oracle said upstairs, this is his tout, more wins individually than the rest of the field combined. And we all found out the hard way last race, lone speed, anytime, anywhere, any surface, any distance can be very potent. So we'll see if Loopy can get loose. On paper, could be loose, but I think the 6 might have something to say early, which could compromise Loopy's chances. I think Go, Leanne Go, the 2, is in a great spot for victory. Your thoughts?
I think she should be able to keep herself close to the pace. She's had some pretty good trips that I would envision her getting something close to. I mean, she sat 3rd and 4th early a couple of times that we saw her most recently on this turf course, and she's always made her presence felt. I mean, she's only missed the board once. A lot of that work against Minnesota breds and some of her better work, but she still held her own at Turfway Park, especially that first start. It was almost into this year, but her last start of 2024, she pulled an upset at over 10-1.
Yeah, Turfway Park, they run some big-time racing down there. So that win tells you she's good enough to win this one. She'll be on all my tickets. We're both on Jocasta. You scratch into this one. I love this one. It's my power play of the night. I think she's going to trip out here. I think she's going to sit off the 1 and 6 and be right in a good position to pounce. And I love Gary Shear. He's going real well right now.
Absolutely, and that versatility that she has will definitely come in handy. When nobody took the initiative last August, Alonso Quinones just went ahead and put her right on the lead, and she drew away very confidently at the end of that. I would not be surprised to see her close to the lead. The filly right next door isn't going to make that very easy, but Jocasta still shouldn't find herself with too much to do down the stretch.
Yeah, Ann Ali is the 4. She's quick, and she's got Harry. And we've seen Harry tonight when he gets speed and he's able to put his horse in position. He's tough to beat. He's got 3 wins on the card. He's the hot jockey. She's in from fairgrounds. She can move early. I think the pace here is going to be more than honest enough. And that could be good for the 5, who's a long shot, maybe worth a look. Una Palabra.
Yes, Una Palabra has had some good races herself recently on the turf. Of course, they were down at Turf Paradise. The only problem that I really saw in recent history is she won very impressively in December. That's where they claimed her, and then they put her right on the shelf. You don't claim horses to put them on the bench for a few months. They did so. She came back with some pretty good efforts, but they were both from pretty far off the pace. My main argument against her is Una Palabra might have a bit to do down the stretch, but with Loopy in here, with Jocasta, Annalie, and Marisil's First, you'd think that there'd be at least some semblance of pace for her to run down, maybe a piece for her.
No doubt. And you mentioned Marisil's First. She's very fast. She beat Softer last time, did it the right way with Leslie. 10-1 all the way on the front, and those are honest fractions. 22 and 4 is moving right along in the early quarter. Don't sleep on the outside horse. Now, this is another horse that might really get a good trip with all the speed in here. Yeah, Meals, to me, is a long shot worth a look.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of hers. I took her in both her maiden breaking effort sprinting and her subsequent effort going a mile. She held on very nicely that day. That was a really good ride by De Silva that afternoon. She has had a couple of sprint races at Hawthorne to get ready for this one. I was just going to give her a race as, she is going back a little bit more distance of ground. She has the outside post. I thought maybe just one more into her might really get her to 100.
You can see in the betting, this bad boy is wide open. Look at that board right now. It's money spread, top to bottom. Great trifecta and superfecta race. Fillies and mares, 1 mile on a beautiful, firm turf course. We've got 2 more thoroughbred races. We've got 2 more quarter races. We've got fun and games like no place else. Right out here at Canterbury Park.
Sir Leonard Dykert's call to the post brings them on the track and then to the turf, which is firm for race number 6. Scratch number 8, Gypsy Reward. And they've reached the starting gate. It's turf time at Canterbury Park. Yamils last in line. And they're racing. Anna Lee pops out of the gate, bet down to 2-1. Anna Lee with good early speed. Loopy is the gray on the inside at 6-1, and Loopy grabs the lead with authority, and Loopy runs away by 4. Anna Lee relegated to second. Mare Sills first, looking to win 2 in a row in third. The pace is hot, and Mare Sills first is to the outside of Anna Lee, maybe 4 lengths out of it, and about 3 clear from Yamils. After that, we come back to Jocasta, and Jocasta's 8 lengths behind the tearaway leader. Inside of that, Go Leanne Go, and the one in last is Una Palabra. Up the barn side they go, race 6, and number 1 is number 1 in the shape of Loopy. Loopy trying to leave him. Loopy with wire-to-wire speed. It's Loopy leading it by 2.5. Anne Ali from off the pace is a half clear from Mare Sills first. Yamils is closing into the inside, 5 out of it. Outside of that is Jocasta. Then we come to Go Leanne Go. That's the gray trying to run down the other gray. And the one in last is Una Palabra. 8 covers them, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Loopy as a challenger in the shape of Anna Lee with the hot jock. And Anna Lee puts the blue blinkers in front. That's it for Loopy. On the outside, here comes Go Leanne Go. Go Leanne Go to the outside of Yamils into the final football field. Yamils, Go Leanne Go. 7 and 2 to the line together. Go Leanne Go to the winner's circle. Number 2, Go Leanne Go first. 2.734 in 135.93. It's official. Go Leanne Go first. Yamile second. Jocasta third. Anna Lee fourth. Pick 5 paid $1,074. The race 6 exacta $29.20. 50-cent trifecta $273. $39.50. And the superfecta $2,734. $26 and change. Two's Wild in the double from race 5 paid $53.60. And the pick 3 from race 4, $49 even. Race 7 in 22 minutes. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time right around 8:05. Thanks to Quick Trip and By the Yard. Into the winner's enclosure, go, Leanne, go, and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, 3 times a charm. And the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Go, Leanne, go is a 4-year-old gray filly by Race Day out of Lee and W. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, 3 times the charm, and Chesapeake Farm. A member of the Go Leanne Go group has rung the winner's circle bell, meaning at least $100 heads to the Canterbury Park Chaplaincy Backside Foundation. And we thank you very much for that. Don't forget to stop by the bookkeeper's office to fill out the paperwork. Racing. Anna Lee pops out of the gate, bet down to 2-1. Anna Lee with good early speed. Loopy is the gray on the inside at 6-1, and Loopy grabs the lead with authority, and Loopy runs away by 4. Anna Lee relegated to second. Mare Sills first, looking to win 2 in a row in third. The pace is hot, and Mare Sills first is to the outside of Anna Lee, maybe 4 lengths out of it, and about 3 clear from Yamils. After that, we come back to Jocasta, and Jocasta's 8 lengths behind the tearaway leader. Inside of that, Go Leanne Go, and the one in last is Una Palabra. Up the barn side they go, race 6, and number 1 is number 1 in the shape of Loopy. Loopy trying to leave him. Loopy with wire-to-wire speed. It's Loopy leading it by 2.5. Ann Ali from off the pace is a half clear from Mare Sills first. Yamils is closing into the inside, 5 out of it. Outside of that is Jocasta. Then we come to Go Leanne Go. That's the gray trying to run down the other gray. And the one in last is Una Palabra. 8 covers them, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Loopy as a challenger in the shape of Anna Lee with the hot jock. And Anna Lee puts the blue blinkers in front. That's it for Loopy. On the outside, here comes Go Leanne Go. Go Leanne Go to the outside of Yamils into the final football field. Yamils, Go Leanne Go. 7 and 2 to the line together. Go Leanne Go to the winner's circle.
All right, we are set to settle the thoroughbred portion of the program right here. That late pick 4 ends in race 7. We've got a couple of quarter horse stakes races on the horizon. That should be a lot of fun. Myself and Angela Herman will take you through that. Let's take a look at race 7 here. Looked like a very competitive race on paper. 5.5 furlongs. These are Minnesota-bred girls here going to battle for nearly $29,000 in this allowance race. And I think number 1, Pearl Button, may get overlooked in the wagering when the dust settles. And she ran big last time. She ran third at 42-1. So she hit that trifecta at a jumbo-sized price. And she hadn't raced in September. And for a good trainer like Mike Beeler, should be more fit for this one and can save all that ground. And guess who shows up in the saddle? Double H himself, Harry Hernandez. There's a long shot worth a look, and her name is Pearl Button. Number 2 is going to likely be the favorite, and rightfully so. This is Flatter Me Baby. Troy Bethke, the conditioner, and the jockey is his guy, G-Rod. 6 starts at Canterbury, 5 for 6. This horse has finished in the top 3. And her weapon is her natural speed. She likes to get out of the gate in good order and be in good position. And when you can do that at 5.5 furlongs, not much can go wrong. If she can get loose, she gonna be tough. Flatter Me Baby, Troy Bethke, speed in very good form. She ran second in that key race back on May the 25th, won by Mary B's Legacy. She beat a lot of the horses that are entered here tonight, and boy, does Troy have this horse looking good in the paddock. Look at her, up on her toes, ears north and south. See those ears? And look at the muscle on this horse. This is a really cool looking racehorse. Nice job by Troy Bethke having her ready for the races, and she is clearly the horse to beat here in race number 7. Number 3 is Miss Stilettos. Vergara gets the call for Mikey Beeler. So Beeler has the 1 and the 3. And this horse had a couple of prep races down Will Rogers' way. Made a bold move in the middle portion of the race last time after being bumped at the start. So there is definitely a handicapping angle here. She's fit, she's ready, and she's going to be a price. I'm going to mix that 3 into my supers at 6-1. 4 is Competitive Nature. I have a dear friend, we'll call him Statsy, and he's got the all button in the late part of the pick 4. Well, the all button here pays $2,000. So Statsy's at home on his laptop grinding away for those tip sheets this weekend, and he is all in cheering for the 4. We'll see if Competitive Nature can get Statsy to the RRS window. Number 5 is Kind Kismet, Constantino Roman. How about the night this guy's having? Bringing in long shots, including that 30-1 earlier. He's got another long shot last race. He's looking for the hat trick. Joel Burnt, the conditioner. Chicago Shipper back in against Minnesota Breds. We'll see if Constantino Roman can stay red hot in the saddle. Number 6 is my top pick in the race. This is Hout Charlotte. Gallardo gets the call for Cody Rosine. She had so much trouble last time out of the gate, and I'm going to draw a line through that race because she's a speed horse, and when they get compromised at the start, your afternoon is over. Now it's a new start. Maybe this horse can pop out and be near the lead. I think Eddie's so good at doing that, getting horses in the race. We'll see if the 6 can surprise. Right now, nearly 5-1 on the board. And number 7 is Where's Maryland? Quinones gets the call from our dear friend Brucey Reekin. All she did last time she raced is beat $75,000 stakes horses at 17-1. So she's back now as a 3-year-old. She's got good workouts, outside attack post, and she's taking money. To me, that's the most important factor. Horse trained by Bruce Reekin off this layoff, and you look up and see 5-2. Maybe they know. Jeff Madey, you can't fool the Hall of Famer. He's got the horse on top. There you see all the selections, and there's a lot of people on the 6. Yikes. We'll see if that can stop Hout Charlotte. We'll see if she gets out. Minnesota Breds here. Allowance Company. It's a humdinger. 5.5 furlongs. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And you know what they're going to do then? They're going to get it home.
Hey, Sir Leonard Diker brings them onto the track for race number 7. No scratches. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's race time. Into the gate for the 7th. A couple of stakes races follow this. Some hot Wednesday night stakes racing action follows race 7. And the 7, Where's Maryland? The Northern Lights debutante champion from last year goes in. And they're racing. Bad beginning for number 4, Competitive Nature, had to pinch back to last. After that, we go to the leaders, and Flatter Me Baby popped the gate beautifully. Flatter Me Baby leads it by a half from Haute Charlotte, who's also speedy. Pearl Buttons next to the inside. Then it's Where's Maryland to the outside of Miss Stilettos. They're about 3.5 from a dawdling early pace. Kind Kismet is next to the outside of them for wide around the turn, and Competitive Nature is 8 lengths rearmost after the bad start. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and around about the quarter pole, Flatter Me Baby ahead, badgered by Haute Charlotte to the outside. These two have opened up 5 on everybody else. Pearl Button is 3rd. Miss Stilettos is jumping around into the final furlong. Flatter Me Baby pulls away from Haute Charlotte, and Flatter Me Baby, the people's choice, has won it convincingly. Haute Charlotte 2nd, Pearl Button 3rd. Number 2, Flatter Me Baby, first. 2-6-1. 4th place photo. 105.89, hold them all. Competitive Nature 4th. It's official. Race 7 official. Trifecta paid $25 and a nickel. It was chalk all odds. Back-to-back stakes races coming up. First, the Northstar State Derby, 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes to the 8th. We have a stakes racing double on races 8 and 9. Dr. Dan's late double involves 2 stakes races. To the winner's circle, Flatter Me Baby and Guillermo Rodriguez. Flatter Me Baby is owned by Dennis Strokirch and the winning trainer, Troy Bethke. Flatter Me Baby is a 3-year-old brown filly by Cinco Charlie out of Flatter Me Not. The winner was bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Dennis Strokirch. Race 8 is courtesy of Continental Diamond and JTR Roofing. Here goes in. And they're racing. Bad beginning for number 4. Competitive Nature had to pinch back to last. After that, we go to the leaders, and Flatter Me Baby popped the gate beautifully. Flatter Me Baby leads it by a half from Haute Charlotte, who's also speedy. Pearl Buttons next to the inside. Then it's Wares, Maryland to the outside of Miss Stilettos. They're about 3.5 from a dawdling early pace. Kind Kismet is next to the outside of them for wide around the turn, and Competitive Nature is 8 lengths rearmost after the bad start. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and around about the quarter pole, Flatter Me Baby ahead, badgered by Haute Charlotte to the outside. These two have opened up 5 on everybody else. Pearl Button is third. Miss Stilettos is jumping around into the final furlong. Flatter Me Baby pulls away from Haute Charlotte, and Flatter Me Baby, the people's choice, has won it convincingly. Haute Charlotte second, Pearl Button third. All righty, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Back-to-back stakes races to finish our first Wednesday of the 2025 season. And number 6, She's Hell Bent, prohibitively favored right now. But Angela Herman and Kevin Gorg, what about number 1, Delilah? The rider, Armando Alvarez, and trainer Jason Olmstead won this race last year with Sugar Rush. Can they go back-to-back, generously priced at 5-1? Take it away.
Yeah, no doubt, PA. Anytime Olmstead puts a horse in the gate and puts one of his go-to riders aboard, and we need to pay attention. But to me, the biggest news on the front end of our analysis is the betting on number 6, 8-1 morning line, taking all the early money. And again, it's Jason Olmstead as well.
Well, yeah, and he's been very dominant in both of the stakes races that we're putting forth in their infancy. I mean, there haven't been very many runnings of either one of them, but he has taken 3 of them, I believe, so far, 3 or 4, and Delilah is one of a few entrants. I mean, usually you see a couple coming from his camp, and there are 2 in here, the 1 and the 6. Delilah on the inside has a bit more of a resume to her. However, She's Hell Bent was really impressive at first asking. I mean, she got her back end knocked out from behind her and still won by a length and a quarter. It was still a really small field that day too. So, I mean, some things to like about her, but some things to question about her. But let's head back to Delilah on the rail, because Delilah is one that came with big expectations from the start. I mean, she was favored in both of her first two outings, but Delilah hasn't run since October. Your thoughts?
Yeah, she's always hinted at having some big-time talent, and we've all talked about her in the press box when she's been running. We know she's got the upside off the layoff fresh, right into a stakes race. You know, to me, she's a horse you have to consider. She looks the part physically as she comes out of the saddling enclosure, healthy-looking coat on the muscle. Man, she looks robust and ready. I thought the 2 was super interesting, taking money too. JJ Sweet and Sassy comes out of a race where she was at Remington Park, and she got the win at 45-1.
That was a really impressive run too, and that was 3:30, and she gets some more real estate to work with here. Don't think that'll be any problem whatsoever. JJ Sweet and Sassy was coming on at the end of all of her races, both up here and down at Remington Park. I would think that additional ground would be no problem for her. I thought the price might be even shorter than 3-1. That's very square on a filly that's already proven that she'll be coming at the end of this and has a race to her already in 2025.
I'm bullish on the 3. I like El Conejo for Haley Hobbs. She's the trainer and she's the owner, and I'm telling you what, this horse continues to fire every time out. She's been doing it against claimers, albeit open company and older, and I think she can run a big race, or he can run a big race. This 3-year-old gelding getting ignored on the board too, 7-1. I'm really enjoying the fact that this horse is being ignored at the wagering. 7-2 morning line set by a pro. And the 4 is the exact same thing. A morning line of 6-1 for Relentless Deal, and they're not touching this horse right now. Nearly the longest shot on the board.
I mean, he runs his race every time. He's usually one that is in the mix at the end of things. I didn't know about 400 for him because he has performed really well at shorter distances and started his year with a couple of 300-yard efforts. That last one was finally a maiden breaker, but Relentless Deal did that with a pretty perfectly timed sort of thing. I mean, he got just in front, was about to get past, but still got his nose down on the line. This is a big step forward, though. 16-1 kind of reflects that.
Number 534 below. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Jerry Livingston. Great local connections. Probably needed that last start, but right now not getting bet at 13-1. What do you see from the 6 here? This is the hype horse at the windows, and this is She's Hell Bent.
She's a nicely built filly. I mean, she's got a lot to her, and She's Hell Bent, like I said, hasn't run since last July, but that first start really caught your eye. I mean, she really did get her back end taken out. She won by a length and a quarter. She's working well into this. I was maybe just going to let She's Hell Bent have this one and maybe see if she didn't get going a little bit later, because She's Hell Bent was really quick out of the gate, and this is a big test off that kind of layoff.
And the 7 gets my award for best looking horse in the paddock. No doubt about it. Man, that is a beautiful racehorse. You've got the horse on top. EOS, Keep Dreamin'.
Yes, they won this race. These connections did in 2023 with EO's Whiskey Girl, and they're going to try with Keep Dreamin'. And the way that she was coming on at the end of her final start up here in 2024, the Futurity, I don't think the 400 is going to be any problem, and I like the fact that she was on the outside.
Man, does she look good in the paddock, too. Outside horse is the longest shot on the board. Dashing Avery Ramirez gets the call. This is the other horse for Haley Hobbs. Some good starts down at Remington to get her fit. Hasn't really fired yet, but back with State Breds in a stakes race. And I always like that outside post with the cues. Maybe she can clomp in and get a piece. It's going to be a humdinger, folks. It's a stakes race. It's back-to-back stakes races. This is the $29,000 Northstar State Derby, Race 8. Quarter horses ready to rock and roll. Right now, they they go to the track, and we get the bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. Take it away.
Here's Lenny D. and our stakes race call to the post. Onto a fast main track for the 5th running of the Northstar State Derby. And here they are. Number 1 is Delilah, ridden by Armando Alvarez. The owner is Bruce Lunderborg. The trainer, Jason Olmstead. Jerry Oxner owns number 2, JJ Sweet and Sassy. The trainer, Tyler Stein. The jockey, James Flores. Fernando Fonseca Soto rides El Conejo. The owner-trainer, Haley Hobbs. Tom Maher owns number 4, Relentless Deal. The trainer, Tyler Stein. The jockey, Alfredo Trena Jr. Kelsey Haar rides number 5, 34 Below. The owner, Austin Reed. The trainer, Jerry Livingston. And number 6, She's Hell Bent. She's Hell Bent is owned by Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman. The trainer, Jason Olmstead. In the irons, Ramiro Garcia. Angel Ramirez rides number 7, EOS Keep Dreamin'. For owner Corey Wilmus and trainer Ed Ross Hardy. And number 8 is Dashing Avery and Miguel Ramirez. The owner, Cesar Albino Martinez. The trainer, Haley Hobbs. 8 go to the gate for the 2025 Northstar State Derby 5 minutes from now. They reach the gate. It's post time for the 5th Northstar State Derby. JJ Sweet and Sassy. 2-1. Win wagering favorite as they move in line. El Conejo 3-1. EOS Keep Dreamin'. And Dashing Avery, last two in line. Eight in the gate. And they're racing in the Northstar State Derby. Great beginning for El Conejo, likewise for EOS Keep Dreamin'. On the inside, JJ Sweet and Sassy is firing. Relentless Deal between them, and outside is Dashing Avery. They dash down to the line. JJ Sweet and Sassy, El Conejo, 2 and 3 in a really tight photo. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, El Conejo. JJ Sweet and Sassy second. EOS Keep Dreamin' third. Relentless Deal fourth. And the final time, 20.36. The Northstar State Derby is official. The 9th, our final live race, the lucky last, is the Northstar State Futurity. Number 7, This Eagle Can Rock, is ridden by Miguel Ramirez. Some hot stakes action 22 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, the Northstar State Derby champions El Conejo and Fernando Fonseca Soto. The winning owner and trainer, Haley Hobbs. El Conejo is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by One Sweet Jess from the I Want It Now mare, Bunny Run Now, bred in Minnesota by Jacqueline Moreno. The winning owner and trainer in the winner's enclosure with KG.
Yeah, super fun to see this young lady get it done as both the owner and trainer. How much of those races down at Remington Park for a Minnesota bred help that horse come in with some extra fitness?
I think all of them. He's been running 400 yards and been doing really good.
What's his personality like on race day as you get this horse ready? You're the owner and the trainer, so you're kind of the coach, and you're here to cheer once the race starts, but preparing for the race, what's he like?
Oh, he's super calm, easy to train, loves his job.
You've got a horse in the next race, so how busy a night is this when you've got 2 stakes races? You wait around all day, you're out there in the morning doing that hard work, and then you're sitting here at night waiting for these to happen, and finally you get a win here.
Feels good. I'm excited. And we got a next one, and the next one, I really like him.
What number?
Number 8.
Get that double. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Haley Hobbs, she owns, she trains, and she wins the first of 2 stakes races here tonight at Canterbury Park.
Eight in the gate. And they're racing in the Northstar State Derby. Great beginning for El Conejo, likewise for EOS Keep Dreamin'. On the inside, JJ Sweet and Sassy is firing. Relentless deal between them, and outside is Dashing Avery. They dash down to the line. JJ Sweet and Sassy, El Conejo, 2 and 3 in a really tight photo. Congratulations to the winners of the Northstar State Derby, and we'll see if these connections can go back-to-back. Del Cartel is number 8, trained by Haley Hobbs and ridden by Fernando Fonseca Soto. The favorites on the inside, that's Sophie. These two are Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman, here to give you some winners.
Yeah, really fun to have a chance to interview Haley Hobbs, young trainer with such a bright future here at the Quarter Horses, Ange. And we go from a 400-yard race to a 300-yard race, and all of us in the press box kind of watching the inside part of the track. We always feel like the outside's pretty fair with the Quarter Horses. 2 summers ago, you didn't want to be inside. Last year, I thought it was perfect. And so far, watching that first race tonight, it looks like the inside's just fine as well.
It looks like it's playing pretty fair right now. I mean, I thought that I had something going on the outside, but the 2 favorites go up there and make kind of a race of their own on the front end, and that one was an exciting finish, but this one shouldn't be too far behind, and we don't have as much to go with on paper. We still have 8 going into the gate, and like you alluded to, an opportunity for the connections to repeat on the outside.
Yeah, they got a big shot, no doubt. I thought it was a 2-horse race between the 1 and the 8. That's where we both land with our pens. I'll talk about Sophie. 1 career start. It was really a good start. She was off at 27-1, obviously facing open company. Now she draws back into a state-bred stakes race. We know all about Olmsted. We know about this jockey, Alvadriza. This guy 32% last year for this trainer, so we know it's a potent combination. I have no problem with the inside. I think this horse is going to be tough to beat.
I think that she ran really well at first asking. I mean, she got stuck on her left lead a little bit, but she broke really sharp. And that day she also raced with Holy Dynasty, the 5 who's in here, and I think was taking a little bit of money at last check. She just outran her every step of the way, and she was towards the inside. It was a lot for a firster to take on, and Sophie really answered the question nicely. She had also, it looked like, worked out at Will Rogers with her stablemate in here, bottoms up. Looks like these two were able to keep pace with each other, so I understand why the other one would be taking some money too. But Sophie looks like the filly to beat, and right now she is 2-1 on the board.
I think the 2's a sneaky long shot. Sail Barn Cafe, 2-year-old filly. Didn't show much in the debut, did have some trouble, but boy, we've seen Tyler Stein. This guy can train him up fair and square. I would expect improvement here.
I would definitely expect improvement from the 2. And the field kind of fanned out at the end. She did take a few bumps early, but everybody kind of left each other behind towards the end of things. She probably just needed the start. She was only beaten a couple of lengths, and she is much better value at 12-1 at the moment. You get a first-time starter from the same stable next door. A couple of muddy works leading into this one, but they're quick. So what do you make of the 3 in here right now at 11-1, nearly double his morning line?
Yeah, I wrote down tab tote for action. Anytime you get a first-timer in a stakes race, I want to see if the barn is betting. So I would keep an eye on this number, everybody, as we get closer to post time. If they start to bet this horse down 4, 5, 6-1, like the morning line, then I'll be on board. Right now, though, a little chilly on the board. I'm going to keep my hands in my pocket on the 3. The 4 is a first-time starter. Olmsted has this one, Spicy Cartel. Workouts are pretty decent, and we have a first-time starter that's taking some cash at that 6-1 number. Any chance here?
I'm just very curious as to why she didn't start in Oklahoma. You know, she had been working out at least since the beginning of March. Spicy Cartel is a Minnesota bred, so maybe this was the target all along. She is taking some early money. In fact, I mean, she's right around the price of bottoms up. Her male stablemate towards the outside, who has some experience too. So obviously some run here, but it is a tall task to win a stake at first asking.
My dear friend Dan Chersvik is here, ready to try to get his picture taken again. It worked a couple weeks ago. He's got Holy Dynasty. He's the breeder and the owner. Pat Swan is the conditioner. And this is one of those horses that kind of has that muddied up form. And if you knew that the stakes race was the plan all along, I don't put too much stock in a race other than they got the horse a little experience. From first time out to second time out, for me, at any point in a horse's career where you can see some dramatic improvement. So we'll see if Danny Chersvik can get the 5 home at 11-1. The 6, Ange, is bottoms up.
Bottoms Up did start one time down at Remington Park, but he really didn't pick up his feet at any point. Bottoms Up just didn't turn in a race that day. Had turned in good works prior to that. I would expect a much better showing from Bottoms Up today. You can see him on the other side of the paddock. He's very much on his toes. Looked like the ship up to Minnesota didn't take anything out of him, and certainly improvement expected out of him in start number 2. It's just the fact that a lot of these are inexperienced, so you expect improvement out of them too. It might need to be an extra big step for the 6.
The 7 is This Eagle Can Rock. Make the jockey Miguel Ramirez. Another Tyler Stein horse here. This is a first-time starter. Not much to go on with the workouts, but certainly a horse that looks the part down here in the walking ring. For a horse that's never done this before, Angela, pretty poised and under control.
Yeah, she's just got a little tiny blinker on her, but This Eagle Can Rock is a half to a horse, and he's coming in hot, and Dam has only turned out 7 foals. None of them have won at first asking, so I'm just going to let her maybe see if she can get some experience out of this. the morning works would indicate that she can run a little bit, but just like I said with the 6, this is a tall task, and with the 4 as well. Tall task at first asking to get a stakes win, but not the case with the outside horse, already 3 starts deep into his career.
Yeah, Haley Hobbs was very confident in her chances to maybe sweep the double here. And Del Cartel, like the horse we just saw win race 8, with multiple starts against Open Company. You can see the steady improvement, which includes a win last time with this jockey at 19-1. Now we're in against State Breds, and I'll tell you right now, this horse has great energy in the walking ring.
Yeah, he looks really, really nice down here, and he made a complete turnaround in start number 3. Now, was it the distance? Was it the experience? Whatever it was it the outside post? He broke a lot straighter that day. He stayed on his right lead. He drifted on a little bit, but he was so clear when he did it. It didn't matter at that point. There's also a training race on the page with this horse, too. I mean, even though he didn't perform as well in it, this horse has been taking steps forward, and that experience is so crucial at this point in their career. That's a big leg up for him.
Boy, I love the point you made about the outside post and that last start. It really seemed to mesh well. Guess what? He draws the outside post again, and Haley Hobbs has a chance to sweep the stakes double. What fun. Another Minnesota bred classic, 300 yards. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Northstar State Futurity. You can watch and wager and truly be a part of history. They're heading to the tunnel right now. They'll be at the gate inside 5 minutes. Don't get shut out. We're back Saturday at 5 and Father's Day Sunday at 1 o'clock. CanterburyPark.com for the details. Right now to the track and Sir Leonard Dykert.
Next. SLD. Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Lynn. See you Saturday. Thanks, buddy. To the track for the Northstar State Futurity. And here they are. Number 1 is Sophie, ridden by Armando Alvarez for Bruce Lunderborg and trainer Jason Olmstead. Number 2 is Sail Barn Cafe and Angel Ramirez. The owner, Ryan Berry. The trainer, Tyler Stein. Jerry Oxner owns number 3, JJ Motorboy, for trainer Tyler Stein and jockey James Flores. Mark Jasso has the call aboard Spicy Cartel. The owner, Miguel Sanchez. The trainer, Jason Olmstead. And number 5 is Holy Dynasty, owned by Dan Chersvik, trained by Patrick Swan. Holy Dynasty is guided by Alfredo Trena Jr. Ramiro Garcia rides number 6, Bottoms Up, for Paul Ludemann's Summer Run Inc. and trainer Jason Olmstead. Tyler Stein owns and trains number 7, This Eagle Can Rock. The jockey, Miguel Ramirez. And number 8, Del Cartel, owned by Cesar Albino Martinez. Haley Hobbs trains, Fernando Fonseca Soto in the irons. 2 minutes. Yo, what's going on, Canterbury dwellers? I am the Chaser here at the end of the race card for everybody like me who is stuck and you're looking for a way to get out. This bid is provided by Crown Royal, and we happen to have some Crown Royal here with us right now because the Chaser sees the Crown Royal tie and also fat odds for trainer Jason Olmstead, who has a couple in here, but one is bottoms up, ridden by his top jockey, Ramiro Garcia, and bottoms up 3.5 to 1. That's not a bad price for an Olmi in a stakes race, and it's courtesy of Crown Royal. So bottoms up to Crown Royal, and indeed bottoms up if this one doesn't win. Go bottoms up. They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th Northstar State Futurity. Sophie is favored. After this one, live racing Saturday at Canterbury at 5:10. Father's Day Sunday, bring dear old dad to the races. For Pepsi Family Day, we begin at 1 o'clock. CanterburyPark.com for all the information, including the latest on selections made by Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman. Number 5, Holy Dynasty, Sans Rider. They're going to put the 2-year-old into the 5 spot without Traina Jr., who undoubtedly will join. Sophie and Sail Barn Cafe, poised. Sophie, even money. Make it 4 to 5. Still working on that 5.
Hold on. Back out the 1 and the 2.
Now they team up on the Jersey charge. And Holy Dynasty goes to kicking a little bit. Is pondering it. Well, now they back Sophie out. The 1's backed out. And they back the 2 out.
Switch him once you get in there. You guys try to be quick on these tailgates. If she comes.
Our starter, Oscar Quitos, opens the stall doors so Holy Dynasty can see the light of day. It worked. Holy Dynasty in.
Bring him up.
Rider joining. Reloading Sophie, the gray filly. Along with Bottoms Up. 7-1. Sophie 4-5. Del Cartel 3-1. Trainer and jockey of the 8 looking to sweep the final 2. Sale Barn Cafe has gone in. Now the Seagull can rock. And JJ Motorboy goes in calmly. 7, thinking about it. Meanwhile, Debutante set to load. 7 in, 4 in. Del Cartel, 2.5 to 1, last in line. Del Cartel and Fernando Fonseca Soto, last in line. 8 in the gate for the Northstar State Futurity. And they're racing. Del Cartel came out nicely on the outside. So did the bookender, the gray Sophie, to the inside. Next to that one is Sale Barn Cafe. Del Cartel is powerhousing. Between them, Holy Dynasty. Holy Dynasty prevails in the Northstar State Futurity. That loading fiasco was worth the wait for those who supported number 5, Holy Dynasty. Unofficially first at 5 to 1. Photography for the rest. Hold 'em all. The numbers 5, 8, 1, 2. Holy Dynasty, Del Cartel, Sophie, and Sale Barn Cafe. Top 4 in the 5th Northstar State Futurity. And the 9th race is official. Final exacta 18 and change. Trifecta $15.20. Superfecta 5812 $17 and change. Stakes race double $56.20. Canterbury Park welcomes Amber Carlisle to the winner's enclosure. Amber is the senior manager of racing operations for CBY, and she has the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Northstar State Futurity. And now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Holy Dynasty and Alfredo Triana Jr. The winning owner, Dan Chersvik, and the winning trainer, Patrick Swan. Holy Dynasty is a 2-year-old sorrel gelding by FDD Dynasty out of the thoroughbred Holy White Sox, bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Dan Chersvik. Ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's enclosure, the victorious owner and breeder of Holy Dynasty with Angela Herman.
I am with Dan Chersvik, and Holy Dynasty wins it for second asking and does so very impressively in this Futurity. Now, the gate had to give you a little bit of nerves, but what did you think after that?
Yeah, absolutely, and the gate crew here did a good job. You know, a lot of these horses are all 2-year-olds, obviously, but a lot of them are pretty green, and with the second start, I can't thank the gate crew enough for the professionalism they did, and they always do a good job here at Canterbury Park. Once he broke it, I thought we have a good shot. This is probably the biggest colt out of that mare, and so he's got a big stride, and I think as he gets older, he's just going to keep developing. He is a late May foal, so I think as he matures more, I'm really excited. The half-brother was an 870 champion, so as he gets older, we're looking to, hopefully try that 870.
I was just going to ask you that because Holy White Sox is a thoroughbred. She's produced all kinds of good runners. Do you think that this horse is going to eventually be one of those types? Is he showing you that 870 might be up his alley, or being how big he is, maybe some shorter distances?
No, I think as he matures and as those races progress, usually, them horses develop late 3-year-olds and they're 4-year-olds, so we're pretty excited about them.
Now, I have to ask you, because he is too, but you do have Holy White Sox and you've been involved with this family for quite a while. Any siblings to this one coming down?
Yeah, I do have a foal by Kiss My White Sox. So she's pretty flashy. So hopefully we'll be here in two more years.
All right, hope to meet you then. Enjoy this one for now. Congratulations, Dan Chersvik.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Futurity goes a little bit of an upset, and Holy Dynasty wins in his second start.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to stop by the casino, play some blackjack, Texas Hold'em, baccarat, 3-card poker, pai gow, or anything else we offer. Otherwise, live racing resumes at Canterbury Park Saturday at 5 o'clock. For our TV department, those of us here in the Dark Star press box, and our management team, thank you very much for watching and wagering on racing at CBY. And if you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. racing. Del Cartel came out nicely on the outside. So did the bookender, the Gray Sophie, to the inside. Next to that one is Sale Barn Cafe. Del Cartel is powerhousing. Between them, Holy Dynasty. Holy Dynasty prevails in the Northstar State Futurity.